Council meeting for June 14th, 2022. Would you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Absent. Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon. Also absent. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Mayor Rouse.
Here. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda? Madam Clerk, Madam Administrator.
Mayor Rouse, there are no changes to the agenda.
Okay. And do we have any public comment slips or anybody online for public comment?
We have no public comment slips. I do see at least one hand raised for public comment.
Okay. Can we have that person, please? And I'll give them the 3 minutes.
Jamie Diamond, you may unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, council members. I am Jamie Diamond, CEO and manager of Santa Barbara Landing here in the harbor. In February of this year, we were awarded the lease for the operation at 301 West Cabrillo Boulevard, and we purchased many of the inventory, equipment, and licenses from the previous ownership, in particular, the Type 20 off-sale beer and wine license. This had been operating for years out of this facility, and we began the transfer of the license at that time. We were just notified by the escrow company we would now also have to apply for a CUP under a new zoning ordinance number 6027. The cost associated with the COP comes with the following price tag: $512.55 for a planner, consultation, and pre-application, $14,497.45 for the CUP fee, plus the legal fees to do it all. We already filed an application with site plans, live scan fingerprints, etc. for the license transfer to the Alcohol Beverage Control of California, which was approved. This process seems redundant and is overly burdensome and cost prohibitive for us. We also have plans to remodel our facility, which apparently also triggers the need for another of the same CUP, requiring all the same fees and legal fees to be paid again. We're not a large retail site. We sell beer and wine for private boaters in the harbor, nearby hotel guests, and passengers on our various trips. We just invested in a wine fridge, an ID scanning software to verify age, which prohibits the sale unless scanned. We're also not a corner market or something with a lot of exclusively alcohol-driven traffic. I'm asking you to look into the CUP and see if this is really what the intention of this was when you adopted it last September. I have a hard time feeling that you would intentionally look at imposing something that would cause such a burden to small businesses. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Are there further public comments?
Yes, we have Aaron Ashland. After Aaron, it's Howard Green. Aaron, you may unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Rouse, City Council. I had a couple ideas I wanted to propose. One of the things that concerns me is the fact that we don't have a full, all of the police that we're supposed to have. And I guess I'm worried that it's going to be more and more difficult over time to find those police. So I had some ideas that you guys might want to consider as we try to fill all the positions in our police department. One, I thought maybe as prices rose that maybe you could allow police officers, maybe even other city staff to fill up at the city's gas tanks. Like if they live far away, like maybe it would help them offset the cost of high gas. If they could fill up at the city's pumps when they got to work or before they left to go home. There's also potentially you could pay the officers for driving to work. That would maybe help out with the inflation and things like that. Part of the reason I say this is because I still think we need more police on the promenade. Saturday night of Memorial Day weekend, my host went to go seat a party of 8 and 6 of them had 24-ounce open beers in their hands. And I can't imagine that they magically appeared on my front doorstep. So they were obviously walking on the promenade at some point, but with no police around, it leaves it for me to be the police officers. And I'm kind of sick of it. please get more police down there. I've seen homeless people. I called the police and they never showed. There were 2 cars last week that drove down the State Street that I don't believe were city or any other thing else. They just looked like they maybe accidentally turned. But there's no one down there to enforce that, so it's been difficult. And I guess the other reason I bring this up is that I'm going to kind of let out a secret here. My little brother is currently incarcerated for murdering someone, and he is bipolar, and he took some meth. And I don't think that, and just so you know, my brother was homeless in Santa Barbara for about 2 months. So it's really not above the people that live here for something like that to happen. In fact, my brother is a terrible example of something that could happen. And so without a lot of police presence, I think that it would be difficult for us to stop something like that from happening. So I would really appreciate it if we could get more police down there. The last thing I wanted to comment on was, I guess before COVID, there was this air of trying to be business friendly by the city. And my concern is that when the Santa Barbara Public Market has 16 feet of patio and has reduced the state mandated fire access lane down to 14 feet, and the people on the 500 block were not allowed to do this, even though the patio shifts smaller towards the west side, and then the east side of the street has 10 feet they can rent from the city and 10 feet in the street. And then the places on the west side only have 10 feet in the street. So I thought this was supposed to be equitable, or at least the attempt to be, and I'm just not sure. I was hoping maybe Ms. Harmon could email me, because I don't know if it's just that I don't have enough money, or maybe I need a different lawyer, or do I have to threaten to sue, or what
You need
exactly
to wrap up, please.
made the city take on that liability for the Santa Barbara Public Market, but not for small businesses on State Street. Thank you for your time. Please email me with some answers. Thank you. Bye.
All right, may we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Howard Green. Howard Green, you may unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'd like to comment on the decision last week, I believe, on the, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I admire Councilmember Sneddon's taking the negative view on the staff recommendation. I actually think that the rest of the council did the right thing, but only because I saw today a presentation by Nicole, which is the advisory group for the Citizens Formulation Committee. And the session was on the Brady Law, which excludes evidence from certain trials. And the reason I raise this is there is tremendous complexity involved in any sort of court prosecutions, as counsel is very, very aware. So I think the middle ground is not wrong right now, and but I still admire Councilman Sneddon. The second topic I'd like to raise there's no timer that I can see, is the renovation or the changes to State Street. I saw this afternoon a PBS program on the 10 best city planning examples in America. It was very enlightening. It is being rebroadcast at 7 p.m. tonight on Cox Channel 10. I certainly think that those who are involved in State Street should watch it. What I learned was that we are living in a Jeffersonian grid, and most of the incentive, the good ideas, were to avoid that grid. So thank you. I'll see you at 6 o'clock.
All right, thank you. Are there further public speakers?
There are no further comments.
Okay, very good. With that, now, Madam Administrator, do you have an announcement to make, I believe?
Yes, Mayor Rouse and council members, you may have noticed as you walked in that we have a new sign outside the door that allows people to download an app to their telephone, to their cell phone, and have live, real-time Spanish translation through their headphones to their while they're in chambers. Previously, you had to check out a device to have that kind of translation in chambers or request a translator ahead of time. But the public now here and in the David Gebhardt room will be able to have live, in-person, real-time translation over their own devices. So I just thought it was important to let the public know about that.
All right, thank you very much. We will now move to the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, do you have some items to read?
Yes. Item number 2, adoption of ordinance approving the 2022-2024 General Unit Memorandum of Understanding. Recommendation, ratified a memorandum of understanding between the city and the Service Employees International Union, Local 620, Santa Barbara City Employees Association General Unit for the period of April 1st, 2022 through March 31st, 2024, by adoption of, by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the 2022-2024 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Santa Barbara City Employees Association General Unit and providing for compensation changes for confidential employees. Item 3, introduction of an ordinance amending zoning requirements relating to emergency service antennas. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the municipal code by amending sections 30.185.410 and 30.300.010 relating to telecommunication facilities and antennas. Item 4, introduction of an ordinance amending Title VI of the Municipal Code pertaining to animal control. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the Municipal Code by amending Title VI relating to animal control. Item 5, introduction of an ordinance delegating authority for the execution of Santa Barbara clean energy contracts. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara delegating authority for the execution of contracts for the purchase of energy necessary or convenient for the operation of Santa Barbara clean energy. Item 6, adoption of resolution regarding appropriations and award contract for construction of Highway Safety Improvement Program, Cycle 9 pedestrian safety improvements at intersections of Bath at Sola and Victoria, Canon Perdido at Nopal, and Salinas at Old Coast Highway. Recommendation that Council C, adopt a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 21-045, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2022 to appropriate funds for construction of the Highway Safety Improvement Program Cycle 9 Pedestrian Safety Improvements Project. Item 7, adoption of resolution for fiscal year 2022 to 2023, Senate Bill 1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act funding to grind and overlay a portion of Chapala Street. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting projects for fiscal year 2022 to 2023 funded by Senate Bill 1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act. And item 8, adoption of resolution of appropriations of funds and authorization for deposit of funds for condemnation action for the De La Vina Street Bridge Replacement Project. Recommendation that Council A, adopt the resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 21-045, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2022 to appropriate Highway Bridge Program grant funds and city funds for the De La Vina Bridge Replacement Project. And we have a consent public hearing as well. Item 12, public hearing on proposed changes to water and wastewater capacity charges.
Very good. Are there any items that the council members need to pull? I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, you say you had a public speaker for a consent item?
I'm sorry, we have a consent public hearing, but there are no public comment.
No public comments. Okay, very good. All right, and in that case, I will entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
So move.
Moved by Friedman. Second by Sneddon. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Motion by Freeman, seconded by Sneddon. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon,
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Mayor Rouse.
Aye. Very good, thank you. That concludes the consent calendar. Can we get a report from the Finance Committee, please?
Thank you. Today, we kicked off the Fiscal Sustainability Initiative, and we went over just the scope of work we're going to be doing at Finance Committee and that our staff is going to be doing over the next, through the rest of this year in terms of looking at just the fiscal organization of our city. And we're looking at revenues, we're looking at just our department efficiencies for the long term of the city, and then these would come back to council later this year after all the work is done with staff and recommendation from the Finance Committee.
Very good, thank you. All right, we'll move on to administrative agenda. Madam Clerk, do you have an item to read?
Item 13, public hearing on proposed changes to wastewater rates. Recommendation that Council A hold a public hearing, consider all protests, and determine if there is a majority written protest regarding proposed increases to wastewater rates for fiscal year 2023, 2024, and 2025 as required by California Constitution Article 8D, Section 6, and B, if there is no majority written protest, direct staff to prepare a rate schedule setting the wastewater rates for fiscal year 2023, 2024, and 2025, and include the schedules within the City of Santa Barbara schedule of penalties, fees, rates, and service charges for consideration by council in connection with the final adoption of the operation budget.
Very good, and we'll look for our staff report.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Dana Hoffenberg. I'm a water resources analyst, and I'm here with Mr. Sean Korn today, our expert rate consultant. And we're going to be talking to you today about our proposed wastewater rates. And this is for fiscal years 23, 24, and 25. So first off, I just wanted to highlight that this is a very public process. We've been through several public meetings, the first two to just pick our rate consultants. And then we went to Water Commission multiple times as they supervise the rate conducting process, and we sought input and feedback from Water Commission. We also went to Finance Committee, who recommended that we send a public notice for our proposed rates. We also held a public webinar for our customers, should they have any questions for staff, and just to educate them on the rate setting process and what the rates would be. That public webinar was also available in English and Spanish, and it is also posted on the city's website. So as part of this process, per the California Constitution, we are required to send notices to all of our customers, letting them know about the proposed changes. So we did send out around 25,000 notices in English and in Spanish, with information on the proposed rates, the public hearing, which is what we're doing now, and how to protest the proposed rates. So as of today, we have received 5 written protests. So after we open the public hearing for public comment, we can again tabulate if you receive any more written protests, and that'll be at the end. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sean Korn.
Good afternoon. To develop a rate study and develop cost-based and proportional rates, we go through a 3-step process. And these are very similar to the past studies for both water and sewer that you have undertaken. It includes a revenue requirement, so the total revenue needs of the utility, cost of service to meet the intent requirements of Proposition 218 for proportional rates, and final proposed rates based on those 2 analyses. As we looked at this, looking at the summary of the revenue requirement, which sums our overall operating expenses as well as our capital funding approach, we developed a rate transition plan that resulted in projection of rate adjustments of 7%, 6.5%, and 6.5% in fiscal years 23 through 25 respectively. On average, over that 3-year period, that's really driven by a couple key components. One is inflationary increases in O&M. That's about 3% of each annual year's adjustment. Capital improvements, so that may be funding with reserves or going through and financing specific capital improvement projects of 2%. As part of this, we did build in drought impacts. Of course, I'll say, quote, finalized. We're here this afternoon to do that. The technical analysis several months ago, that was prior to the drought we're in right now and some of the conservation impacts and requirements that the city and state are under. And so we built that into the analysis, thankfully, as we went through that process. And then also debt service and reserve funding make up the final 1% of that. So on the bottom of this slide, you can see the overall rate projection for an average single-family home at 9 HCF or 100 cubic feet. Once we know the revenue requirement, we develop the cost of service analysis, which goes through and allocates the cost based on how you incur them. So for the wastewater utility, it looks at the volume and the strength of that wastewater for each of those customer classes of service. So single family, multifamily, commercial low, commercial high, and high strength. Then we proportionally distribute those costs based on each customer class's proportional share of those costs based on how they use the system. So volume-related costs are allocated and distributed based on how much volume each class generates. So the chart to the right shows the results of that cost of service, current revenues versus current distributed costs. You can see proportion-wise, it's essentially the same for each, but given the requirements of Proposition 218, we need to implement the results of the cost of service analysis and develop the proposed rates based on that. So as we went through this process, the final step of the proposed rate and the design analysis aspect, we'll start off with the single-family customer class of service. This rate schedule is made up of a monthly base fee or a fixed charge plus a variable charge up to a cap. As part of the study, we evaluated the single-family consumption, and that's one key recommendation and change to the single-family rate structure is reducing that cap over the next 2-year period. So reducing from 10 HCF to 9 HCF to 8 HCF. And that's really driven by how those customers use the system and what that average use is. And one of the data points we looked at is this summarized here in this chart. These are water usage trends and the changes to the overall customer assumptions, and this is in gallons per capita per day. So this goes back to July 2009 through March of 2022. What you can see is back in the 2010 to 14 time period, we were much higher where the orange line is up there around 88 gallons per capita per day. And now we're down in the 62, 63 gallons per capita today. So that's the change in your overall customers' usage characteristics. And this is one of those data points we looked at to provide that recommendation to reduce that cap for single-family customers. As we look at the multifamily proposed wastewater rate structure, very similar approach. We have a monthly base fee plus a variable charge per HCF. Now, one of the changes here that's being recommended is the current 1 to 4 dwelling units has a similar cap as single family. As we looked at the data for those customers, they as well have reduced consumption and very rarely go over that cap. They're more like the consumption characteristics that we're seeing for the 5+ dwelling units that don't have a cap today. So as part of this study, that's one of the other recommendations, is eliminating that cap for the 1 to 4 dwelling unit multifamily accounts, and they would be charged for all water consumption per HCF. For the commercial, this customer class has a monthly minimum charge, and that is based on the greater of the variable charge per 100 cubic feet or that minimum charge. So that minimum charge does vary by meter size, and that's reflective of those volumes and those demands that can be placed on the system, or the water consumption charge, variable charge on the bottom part. The one minor change to this is in fiscal year 2024, we're making a minor adjustment to that minimum charge calculation and to the ratios that are used to calculate that. Very similarly, the high strength commercial class, same rate structure or approach as the prior commercial customer class. There's a minimum charge or a variable charge per 100 cubic feet, the greater of those two. Again, an adjustment is recommended in fiscal year 24 to revise that minimum bill approach and to adjust the weighting factor in fiscal year 2024. What you'll see here, if you compare this slide to the prior slide, the high strength reflects the higher costs associated with the higher levels of treatment that are needed given the discharges to the city system and treatment process. And then finally, the high strength surcharge. This is a separate class of service, applies to very few of your customers, But this is a set of customers and volumes or wastewater that come to the plant that are of very high strength, and it takes additional treatment and processes in order to make that wastewater meet your effluent discharge requirements. As we looked at this, these are really impacted by the changes in cost that the city has seen in the last year or so and may continue on the chemical side, as well as looking at the changes in the strength factors from the customers that utilize this rate schedule. So no changes are recommended to the overall structure, just simply a change in the level of the rates for these customers over this next 3-year period. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Dana to summarize.
Thank you, Mr. Korn. So to give you some perspective, this is a comparison of our proposed rates next to our neighboring agencies' proposed rates for FY23. So the city of Santa Barbara is the dark blue bar. So you can see we're right along there with our neighbors. And one other thing to keep in mind is we are one of the few wastewater agencies in our area that do have a volumetric component to our rates. So our customers do have some control over their wastewater bill through how much water they use and thus discharge into the system. Our neighboring agencies just have a flat annual rate that they sometimes just receive on their tax roll. So we do offer our customers some control that way. Then looking at the total utility bill increase, so the city offers water service, wastewater service, and trash and recycling service, and you're going to be hearing from trash and recycling soon after our presentation. So looking at the total combined increases of all the different utilities, here we have a typical single-family residential customer with 9 HCF, which is average water usage, and pretty typical trash and recycling service. So including all of those things, along with the 6% utility users tax, we're looking at less than a 5% increase this coming year for the total utility bill. So we're recommending today to hold a public hearing and consider protests. And then if we don't have a majority written protest, to direct staff to include these proposed rates in the wastewater rate schedule that will be adopted along with the other city schedules of fees with the budget. So I'm happy to open up for questions, and then after we do public comment, we can retally if we have any additional written protests that come in, and so then we can recount how many total protests that we have.
Very good. Questions from council. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report. Can you just, what's the total yearly that the ratepayer would have to pay?
The total increase annually?
Yeah, that, and also just altogether, like how much would they pay every year for their water usage?
For water and wastewater and trash and recycling?
No, just water.
So, yeah, so water, as you can see, an average single-family residential customer, that's the dark blue portion on the very bottom. That's about $117 a month, so that times 12, which I'm not going to try and do in my head right now.
Right. Oh, yeah, just do me a favor and keep it up for a second so I can write it down.
Yeah,
But
no
thank
problem.
you.
Thanks.
Are you finished with the question, Mr. Gutierrez? Or?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I kind of have a couple of observations. I'll try and frame them as questions for you. But there's this guy in the packet. This is kind of our outreach. So I get where you're going with 10 down to 8 for the cap, but an average is a little different than a median. I'd always be interested in really what the median is rather than an average, because the average just reflects some guy with an estate versus some guy with nothing. But when you link that to particularly single-family residents, and you show the relationship of a current bill to a future bill, you're already picking less than the cap, your current cap, compared to a current bill, where really the price difference that people will get more annoyed at is if you're a 10 right now, and what the difference will be to your next year of 10 when you're above the cap, right? And I'm assuming that would be somewhat higher than the $3 gain. Does that sound right?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan. So if you're currently above the 10 HCF cap and we lower the cap, you'll still be above the cap. So your increase will not be as significant.
So if you're at the cap, was really my question. You're at 10, so you're on the cap line, or you're at 9.9, you're on the cap line. But when this is adopted, you'll be past the cap. But the data we're showing there is comparing somebody who is below the cap and below the new cap, not below the cap and not below the new cap because you are artificially stepping that cap down. So I'm just wondering, is the rate increase significantly more than the $3 that are shown in that example?
So if they're already at 10 and we're only going to charge up to 8 or to 9,
Yeah.
they actually will be charged one less unit of wastewater. So that bill may go down a little bit from where it was before.
I
Now,
didn't follow that at all.
so if we're charging a customer for 10
Yep.
HCF today.
And they do 10 again,
And they do 10 again, but we're only charging them for 9.
until you hit the cap and then charge more for the extra one.
There's none over, we stop, it's a
Got
hard
it.
cap.
Okay,
So then they'd be charged one less unit.
I got it.
Water is the inverse of that, what you were talking
All right.
about, where they would be more.
Okay, and then,
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Jordan, if I can, it might make more sense if we explain why. The assumption is that anything over the cap is not being used in the house. It's going outside, so it's not going down the sewer.
Right.
And that's why when the cap goes down, your bill goes down.
and I get that, and I'm just going to channel my inner big household of people. So we had to pick some system, and this is historically the system we picked, but doesn't the lowering of a cap, whether we're doing in wastewater or regular water, because I think that's the trend anyhow of the right thing to do, doesn't the lowering of the cap continue to widen the disparity on a class being used, single-family residence, and ignore the number of people in a household? Now, I kind of get the historical, you had to pick one way to do it, and this is the way we did it, and we kind of hope the math works out. But doesn't it start then to continue to widen that disparity when you have households of 6 or households of 8 in a single-family residence versus a household of 2?
Yeah, Councilmember Jordan, that is a good observation.
You've heard these questions from me
Oh,
before,
yes,
other
yes.
places, yeah.
And yes, you are correct that as we lower that closer to the average or the median or whatever it may be, as we try and calculate what that appropriate level for the cap would be, you do see that in some cases where we'll have the smaller household with less use versus the larger household with more use just from an indoor perspective. And so that's the balancing we tried to do with this year, is trying to really look at where's that sweet spot, from a rate perspective, to try and minimize those big swings on either side of that, small household, large household.
And I get that, and I think we do a good job. It's just, I don't know, somewhere in all this, I just wish sometimes we'd explain that a little bit and stop the four discontentful people. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, and thank you. I think this was very thoroughly covered at Water Commission, but there was one question that I'm wondering if there might be more to add. The question at Water Commission was, it was unusual rates of inflation, and I'll add maybe recession coming up, and to what degree is that built into these assumptions? To what level?
Very good question, Councilmember Sneddon. As we went through this, we were looking at what those impacts might be. As we started the process, we actually had some information on as you were going into the budgeting process. So we did actually make some adjustments. I call them known and measurables, items we knew were changing at the time of developing the analysis that we built in. And then, as one of the prior slides showed, we went up at about 3.5% to 4%, depending on the expense item and the inflationary assumption as we went through that. So if we continue to see inflation at the levels that were just announced the last 3-4 months, then there may be some adjustments that need to be made as part of this process as staff evaluates the overall budget and capital projects. But we've also built in some conservation assumptions and also developed a projection of capital that we've tried to be conservative in that effort of funding that. And then lastly, we do have reserves available And so that's really that last wall of defense. As if costs continue to rise, we do have a little bit of a buffer on the reserve side to be able to fund some of those projects.
Thank you.
And Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would you happen to know what the average medium income for the people of Santa Barbara is?
I don't have that off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
Okay. Anybody know? Anyone? Any takers?
I can look it up for you, like Councilmember
Please.
Gutierrez. I think it's about 80,000, but I'll double check.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are there any public comments online for this, Madam Clerk?
There are no public comment.
Okay, very good. Mr. Jordan.
Just have a quick comment. I saw Mr. Hagmart sneak in back there, and I just want to say thanks very much for the graphics. In particular, we've talked a lot in the past about using a dollar bill graphic and breaking it up onto where your dollar, every dollar we're spending on any one of these types of water or city processes go to. I think that's great. I think the QR code is there is great, and I just want to thank you for moving that along. And because I think it stops a lot of the quibbling on why are my rates always going up, and it's a visual. I still chafe at this 2 pages of legalese notification, and so I think any opportunity we can to throw in something there that grabs your eye and explains it in a picture is well worth the extra page of printing. So I just want to congratulate you all on that. If nobody's going to make a motion, I'll move the staff recommendation.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, in response to Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, I looked at very quickly, and the number that came up for average median income in Santa Barbara is 81,000. I did not clarify from the very quick search whether that was City of Santa Barbara or county, but what I saw was 81,000.
All right, thank you. So, Madam Administrator, we need to consider is there a weighted vote or a written protest tally? Has that been done?
Mayor Rouse, council members, there has been, I don't believe we received any other written protests during the public comment period, so there's a total of 5 written protests, so we do not have a majority protest for the
All right,
rates.
very good. Then I will entertain a motion.
So I'll move the staff recommendations.
Moved by Jordan, second by Sneddon. Madam Clerk.
Motion by Jordan, seconded by Sneddon to approve staff recommendation. Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon?
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez?
Yes.
Mayor Rouse?
Aye. Very good. We'll move to the next item, please.
Item 14, public hearing on proposed changes to solid waste rates. Recommendation that council, A, hold a public hearing, consider all protests, and determine if there is a majority written protest regarding proposed increases to solid waste rates for fiscal year 2023, as required by California Constitution Article 8D, Section 6, and B, if there is no majority written protest, direct staff to prepare a rate schedule setting the solid waste rates for fiscal year 2023 and include the schedule within the City of Santa Barbara schedule penalties, fees, rates, and service charges for consideration by council in connection with the final adoption of the operating budget.
Very good. You can get the staff presentation, please.
Mr. Mayor and City Council members, I am Dustin Murbach, Senior Environmental Specialist with Environmental Services. Today, I will be presenting on the proposed solid waste rates for fiscal year 2023, to be followed by a public testimony and tabulation of protests as required by Proposition 218. Sorry about that. There we go. The following is a summary of the solid waste rate increase presentations made to Finance Committee on March 29th and again to Finance Committee during the May 10th budget hearing. As seen here, collection service accounts for 4.7% of the increase. Processing and disposal accounts for 1.3%. Clean Santa Barbara is 1.1%, and supplemental funding, driven by reduced reserves revenue requirements, mitigate the increase by 4.1%. In total, the rates are increasing by 3%. Looking at how this affects some representative residential customer profiles, we see the change to the monthly bill is about $1.50 for a single-family residential customer, $3 for a 2 to 4 unit small residential customer, and $10 for a 5+ unit large residential customer. For a representative business customer, the monthly rate increase is about $17 for a small business with cart service, or $48 for a large business with dumpsters. This slide, as shown in the previous presentation, demonstrates the combined impact of water and solid waste, water and wastewater and solid waste rate increases for a representative single-family customer. Taken together, this customer will see a 4.8% increase in their monthly bill. We are here today to ask that the council move forward the recommendations found on this slide. And then I will open it up to questioning, to be followed by a public testimony.
All right, very good. Do we have questions for staff on this item? Do we have any public comments online, Madam Clerk?
We have no public comment.
All right, very good. And very good. So what is the result on the tabulation?
Moving on to the tabulation of protests, we have received 5 written protests prior to the start of this meeting. And given that there were no in-person protests or public comment, we have not exceeded the majority protests, and we may move forward with the rate setting process.
All right, very good. Any comments on this item from council? All right, we'll entertain a motion.
I'll move the staff
Thank
recommendation.
you, Ms. Stedden, for the, it's moved by Stedden,
I'll second.
second by Jordan. Okay, very good. And Madam Clerk?
We have a motion by Sneddon, seconded by Jordan, to approve staff recommendation. Councilmember Sneddon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon?
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
Mayor Rouse?
Aye. Very good. Just back up here. All right, very good. We'll move to mayor and council reports. Anyone? Okay, Mr. Gutierrez, beat you to the punch this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was able to attend a few events this weekend. One of them was the Salon Film Festival, which you, Mr. Mayor, was there for the opening night. It was really, really cool, since I'm a film major and film enthusiast, to be able to see films from a country we don't really hear too much about, and one that especially is actually going through a lot of turmoil. So it was interesting to see their perspectives of everything that they're going through, but in a very celebratory manner. And I also was able to go to the ASAP fundraiser. It's an organization that raises money for rescue cats, and it was fun. And not really a cat person, but I could see why people find them adorable. And yeah, that's all I got to say. Thanks.
Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I attended Water Commission meeting. Just Santa Barbara's still in moderate drought. We're currently at 24% conservation. We, by the order of the governor, and we'll be hearing this at council, we do need to make changes to our water usage, and that will come to council the draft council agenda report was heard at Water Commission with input, and that will be coming to council in June, I believe. Sorry, I don't know the date of that. And we also recommended ratification for the secured pipeline. That'll be coming June 21st. And I know those of you who've been involved with Water Commission going over the El Estero electrical upgrades, and that is finally going to be actually happening. I also attended the Walla Festival for benefit for Sarah House, attended the library celebration of high school graduates and tutors and learners, and that was a really wonderful event. We continued to meet with our ad hoc homelessness task force and attended sustainability committee meeting where we discussed solid waste procurement process, and that also will be coming to council.
All right, very good. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also attended the Sustainability Committee and the library celebration for high school graduates, as well as our tutors and learners. Attended the California League of Cities Environmental Quality Committee meeting, and the Central Coast Water Authority had a special meeting in which we moved forward to sign an agreement for a new temporary Warren Act contract, and we are still waiting for final approval from the Bureau and NIMS on this, but we did what we had to do on our end on the special meeting. And then also attended the Family Summer Nights program. Councilmember Gutierrez was there as well, Oscar Gutierrez, and just wanted to especially thank Ismael Huerta from the school district. It was his vision that brought it forward, and then Rich Hanna from our Parks Department, who really championed this from the internal of the city and moved it forward from the Parks Department. And it's just a really great opportunity in the summer for families to come together every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday night, starting at 5 o'clock at the Cumbre Junior High. And just an opportunity for a lot of free family fun. There's food, there's different events every night. So it's been years in the making, but it's finally here. So very excited for that program.
All right, very good. And I attended the Arts and Letters kickoff at the Santa Barbara Club for UCSB Arts and Letters, and that was a nicely attended event. Then did the film festival, where Mr. Gutierrez was for the Sri Lankan Film Festival. Also attended the station where the Pride bike ride stopped in Santa Barbara over by the Santa Barbara Cemetery, and that was 2,600 riders strong plus 300 support. That was pretty impressive. And followed up by the Foresters opening home baseball game for your world champion Santa Barbara Foresters, and who won the game in handle fashion. We have, this evening, we have interviews for advisory boards, and we will reconvene at 6 o'clock to do that, and we will see you then. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sierra Kalman with City TV. Welcome to this edition of Inside Santa Barbara, the city's only news magazine show. We bring you up to date on the city's most significant issues, projects, and events. It can be a challenge to find parking on a congested street. In our next story, we show you ways to relieve some parking tension and improve street safety in your neighborhood.
When parking on your street, it's important to consider how it affects others in your neighborhood. Are you taking up space with a vehicle that never gets driven? Is your vehicle creating a blind spot for others pulling out of their driveway? These tips and many more will help with the parking congestion and improve safety on your street.
The most common complaint that people call about is blocking driveways. We've tried to address some of those issues by adding red curb at the driveways so that people are able to maneuver out of their driveways. Another big call that we get for complaints is people storing too many vehicles and saving spaces on the street, which is not very neighborly and can really impact a neighborhood that's already overcrowded.
There's three big potential issues that we can have within a neighborhood, especially with lots of cars that are being parked on the street. One of those is an obvious, which is the red zones that people either intentionally or unintentionally park in. And the reason for those red zones is primarily a safety factor. Almost 90% of the time when there's a red zone that's painted on a curb, it has everything to do with safety and not necessarily because the city doesn't want you to park there. Those red zones that are primarily around those intersections are so that people that are actively driving and pulling into those intersections have a clear line of sight for oncoming traffic. That ultimately will reduce traffic collisions within the city so that drivers are able to clearly see down each side of the roadway and proceed safely through the intersection.
Another problem residents in the surrounding neighborhood face is when vehicles are parked blocking the sidewalk. This is an obstruction to pedestrians, such as a parent pushing a stroller or someone in a wheelchair who may not be able to squeeze through and may need to roll into the street in order to get around.
Another issue that we see within the neighborhood here in the city of Santa Barbara is vehicles that are parked 2 feet, maybe even 3 feet away from the curb. California state law says that you have to park within 18 inches from the curb. That creates a serious traffic hazard for vehicles that are actually on the roadway driving and could potentially cause a traffic collision.
A similar issue is when an oversized vehicle, like a work truck, mobile home, or trailer, extends into the street because it's too wide. This is dangerous for bicyclists because they may suddenly move into the adjacent driving lane without warning. It also causes cars approaching the oversized vehicle to cross into oncoming traffic.
One of the third issues that we also see within neighborhoods is vehicles that are parked blocking driveways, public and both private driveways. It's difficult for those residents that live within the neighborhood that park their vehicles in the driveway, and maybe your bumper of your vehicle, or sometimes you may not see the driveway parking at night, blocks the entire driveway, creating an issue for that resident who might be trying to leave to go to work or a doctor's appointment, therefore having them have to wait an extended period of time potentially to call law enforcement, have us respond, and potentially tow the vehicle that's blocking the driveway, preventing that resident from exiting or entering their private driveway.
Something that many people are confused about is double parking, which is only allowed for commercial vehicles when loading or unloading product or passengers. As an example, it is not allowed for ordinary drivers when dropping off kids at school or when waiting to pick someone up.
Sometimes people don't necessarily think that there's a public safety aspect with parking rules and regulations, but that's absolutely not the case. Safety is the #1 priority that is centered around parking laws and regulations. By being courteous to your neighbor and courteous to the community within the neighborhood that you live, thinking about where it is that you park your vehicle, especially in heavily congested areas where you might be able to fit 2 or 3 vehicles within a section of the roadway that you'd like to park. Please remember to try and pull as forward or as back as possible to allow as many cars as possible to park within a neighborhood, especially in neighborhoods that have parking congestion in them.
If you own a vehicle that isn't driven often but is taking up space on the street, park in the garage or in your driveway so that the unused vehicle isn't taking up shared parking space in the street.
To report a vehicle parking problem, you want to call the non-emergency parking line of the police department. That's 805-882-8900. Another common thing that people report are abandoned vehicles that have parked longer than 72 hours. And the phone call for that at the police department is 805-897-2413.
I think it all comes down to kindness when we think about not just ourselves, but how this may affect someone else in the community. I really believe that having that in the forefront of your mind will really make things better for a neighborhood and also the community here in Santa Barbara.
We hope you found those tips helpful. If you would like to learn more about parking around the city, head to the website santabarbaraca.gov/parking. And now we continue our homelessness video series with a story about long-term permanent housing solutions. See how the city of Santa Barbara and SB Act is getting individuals off the street and into a stable home. Homelessness is an issue that's currently being addressed in the city of Santa Barbara. SB Act and other homelessness services are working in collaboration with city officials, residents, and business leaders to achieve a common goal: getting individuals off the street and into long-term housing.
As we prioritize homelessness as a crisis now, it's really helpful for us to have that level of focus and spotlight on it. And it's allowing people to be more motivated and more steadfast in their engagement. But again, we're still dealing with the complexity of the system.
So we do have our PLHA funding that's coming up, and that stands for Permanent Local Housing Allocation. And that is a new source of funding that the city has obtained.
The Permanent Local Housing Allocation Fund was granted to the city by the California Department of Housing and Community Development to support eligible housing and homelessness activities. To receive the grant, the city came up with a 5-year plan, and part of the 5-year plan was to contract with CityNet, a nonprofit outreach service provider that provides street outreach to homeless individuals.
The goal of our organization is to end street-level homelessness. No one should have to sleep out on the streets at night, and so our goal is to come out and meet with individuals where they're at, connect them to supportive services, and the ultimate goal of permanent housing.
The count was about 900 total. There's a percentage that's chronic, meaning they've been out here for a year plus. But you also have a family population, a youth population. You've got survivors of human trafficking that make up the population. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. And your solutions kind of have to reflect that as well.
Each outreach provider adjusts their approach and targets it towards a specific client's experience.
A lot of times, because of their traumatic events in their lives, it really takes time to establish a trusting relationship to where our case managers from CityNet can help. Some homeless don't seem very accepting of services, but it's usually because they just don't trust from what had happened previously in their lives. And so that event does really take a toll on trying to help and assist them with case management services that they need.
And Courtney is a perfect success story of what outreach and the PLHA can do for someone struggling with homelessness.
In April, the county took us in, and we were the first ones before they started what was called the Room Key Project. We started out in the Orange Tree Hotel for a month. Then for May, we went to the Lemon Tree. And then by June, we were in with all the other people who were in the Room Key Project. That's when we started working with the housing people from the county. I was already on all the housing lists and everything, so they just had to update all of my information. And I went for my first interview to the Riviera Hotel, and I just liked the one room that they showed me that was open. And once they finished everything, getting me a grant that follows me wherever I go, it was just a blessing in disguise, and had everything I needed by the last week of August to move in but I started paying my rent as of the beginning of September, and I have faithfully ever since. And they're wonderful people there, and it's a wonderful place.
Working with CityNet and providing outreach to individuals on the street isn't the only component to getting individuals into long-term housing. The PLHA also funds additional staff resources to help keep people in their homes in the first place.
We are going to hire a new full-time rental housing mediation program specialist in order to assist us further in trying to help tenant and landlord issues so as to retain housing for them so that they don't fall into homelessness as well. So that's considered homelessness prevention.
Overall, SB Act, CityNet, city leaders, and others impacted by the issue of homelessness continue to work hard to get individuals experiencing homelessness into long-term housing, and each small step along the way makes the process worth it.
The city has also went into partnership with the Housing Authority and insisted on acquisition of property at 110-116 East Coda Street. The Housing Authority is in process of applying to the state for low-income housing tax credits to develop 28 studio units for homeless housing. So that will be very pertinent to our efforts of trying to get people off the streets and permanently housed.
If you missed our last story in our homelessness video series, you can watch it in our previous episode of Inside Santa Barbara online at santabarbaraca.gov/citytv. Public bike share programs are popping up all over the globe. Electric bikes, also known as e-bikes, are a great way to get around town. Let's check out the city's bike share pilot program.
Way back in 2017, there were a number of Rogue scooter launches in the city, and at that time, Transportation Planning and Public Works went to council and said, what's your guidance on this? What do we want to do? We heard that there is a lot of interest in shared mobility. At that time, we heard that scooters weren't fully evolved yet. It wasn't fully ready for public. And we also heard that council was very interested in trying a bike share here in the city.
The city's bike share pilot program is to provide an alternative and active transportation option for the public to easily move about the city, based on a network of publicly available rental bikes located throughout the city. The city contracted with B-Cycle in 2020 to provide the 3-year pilot program.
Bike share is a great option for those moments when it's maybe just a little bit too far to walk, but it's also too close to drive. So you've got an easy, convenient, and relatively quick option that you can use without also breaking too much of a sweat because you have some pedal assist.
Pedal assist e-bikes give you power when you pedal. The maximum speed for a B-Cycle e-bike is 17 miles per hour in the city of Santa Barbara. And they're safe and flexible for a lot of riders to use and hit a larger demographic.
Currently, there's a fleet of 140 pedal assist e-bikes with 50 stations throughout the city, and there's been about 15,000 riders who have taken around 81,000 trips covering 320,000 miles.
We are currently about a year into the pilot program. B-Cycle officially launched in the city of Santa Barbara on January 28th, 2021. There's still 2 more years remaining in the pilot program to see how bike share fits in the city of Santa Barbara.
2021 has been such a fascinating year for us. Not only did we launch during a pandemic, our ridership and implementation of the bike share went off very successfully. We've seen ridership just continue to grow as we expand, and we're really excited to potentially regionalize the program and are having conversations with different entities.
Don't worry if you've never been on an e-bike. They're user-friendly and fun to ride. Plus, there are payment options to fit everyone's needs.
All you have to do is download the B-Cycle mobile app in your Android or iOS app store. And then once you download it, you purchase a membership, and there will be a map of stations. Locate the station closest to you, go over to that station, use your phone, tap it to the dock, and then you're ready to go on the bike.
and then ride it to their destination and turn it in at that point. So you're only paying essentially for a one-way rental for the bike.
We have 3 different membership options. The first is $7 per every 30 minutes. The second and third option are actually annual and monthly memberships. Annual is $150, monthly is $30.
To rent a B-Cycle, you must be 18 years or older. City staff worked closely with B-Cycle to identify locations for each bike station based upon 3 main parameters.
Efficient sidewalk space to ensure pedestrian access, access to key destinations, and also we'd like to maintain visibility for drivers on city streets. So those are the 3 main ones that we try to hit when choosing a location. Some of our other locations were actually selected using community feedback. So people would request, hey, I want a bike share station here adjacent to my business, and we can work with them to come up with a solution.
The great thing about the bike share program is that you don't need to worry about costly bike repairs, and the bikes are thoroughly cleaned and maintained.
Our e-bikes are touched once a day, and our entire field tech team is out 7 days a week, touching, sanitizing the bikes, cleaning them, and swapping e-bike batteries.
It's not always a smooth ride. The Bike Share pilot program has faced some challenges to implementation, but the benefits outweigh those challenges.
We've seen some distinct supply chain issues that have caused delays in implementation for bike share stations. We've also had some challenges in implementation as far as site selection, working with review to ensure that, the bike share locations are meeting all of our parameters for installation. And we've also faced challenges with theft and vandalism. One of the benefits of bike share in the city of Santa Barbara is that it allows a public, easily accessible transportation option that can be used for a lot of different things. You can use it for errands, you can use it for accessing, our beautiful coastline here. Bike share has the potential to reduce parking demand in congested areas. And honestly, in the city of Santa Barbara, it's a really nice transportation option, in this beautiful city we live in, to be able to hop on a bike, ride across town to your destination, leave the bike there, and just have a little bit more flexibility in what you're doing. One of the things that we'll be doing is providing annual updates to City Council on the progress to date of the program and just kind of understanding some of the ridership metrics so that we can assess how well the program is doing and what the performance is at this point, which will help determine kind of the best course of action for a bike share pilot program in the city of Santa Barbara.
The city will be installing more e-bike stations soon. The Bike Share pilot program provides an affordable point-to-point e-bike ride with easy access to many local destinations. We'll be right back.
The last time I tried to find housing, some buildings didn't have a wheelchair ramp for me to go see an apartment. So besides the high cost of housing, that made apartment hunting even more difficult.
Those people are trying to make my apartment complex wheelchair accessible. I don't know why I have to change the layout of my apartment complex for just 1 or 2 people. They should just go find somewhere else to live.
Thousands of people rely on accessible housing. If you don't want to be like this landlord, then contact the Independent Living Resource Center to find out how you can make your apartment complex accessible to everyone. When the weather changes, do you know how much water your plants need? For landscaping text alerts, subscribe to the county-wide free message service. You'll receive weekly texts with a water percent adjust recommendation to help you conserve water and save money by reducing your watering during cooler weeks. You'll also be notified about upcoming WaterWise classes. A typical seasonal or monthly adjustment isn't precise enough, so you may be overwatering and wasting money. A weekly adjustment is better for the health of your landscape, and it's so simple. Just look for the seasonal adjust, water budget, or percent feature on your irrigation controller. And finally reduce the percentage based on the recommendation for that week. To sign up for weekly landscape alerts, text WaterWise to 855-510 0241. Welcome back. The city recently held a ribbon cutting for the long-awaited Las Positas Modoc multi-use path. Let's check out why people are celebrating.
All right, here we go. The ribbon cutting for the multi-use pathway.
The Las Positas Modoc multi-use path is officially finished, and the excitement was felt by the many people in attendance as Mayor Randy Rouse cut the red ribbon, revealing the freshly completed pathway and new connection to the Arroyo Burro open space.
Well, the Las Positas Modoc multi-use path is a 2.6-mile path that is for walkers, runners, and cyclists. The purpose of the project is to provide a safe path for all of our active transportation users. Along these roads of Las Positas and Modoc are highly speed travel roads, not making it comfortable for all cyclists of ages and abilities. This path provides that option now to navigate the Modoc and Las Positas corridors separated from vehicles. Not only does this path provide local connections, it provides regional connections as well. It is part of the region's coast route connecting all the way from Goleta to Ventura. And so it's so great now that we have a higher level facility along this very, very popular corridor.
The connections the bicycle path provides will get a lot of use, and another great feature is its connection to the Arroyo Burro open space.
So the city purchased this project or this property and turned it into an open space several years ago. And at that time, the creek habitat and upland habitat was in a degraded state. It had been kind of used by the last property owner as storage and illegal, like BMX bike tracks were out here. So we did a phase 1 project which really focused on restoring the riparian habitat along Arroyo Burro and creating floodplain habitat. And then as part of phase 2, we were focused on restoring this Campanile tributary drainage that had had a lot of illegal grading done to it in the past, as well as this pedestrian bridge, which is a huge connection to the Las Positas multi-use pathway.
The community is already seeing the many benefits of the pathway.
Well, the benefits are multiple. Number one, we have a safe Class 1 bike lane off of the traffic path, which is fabulous, and it's also a walking path. We have all this creek restoration. We have, like Cameron Benson said, almost 1,600 linear feet. We have a bridge over to the new open space area so people don't feel like they've got to park on Allen Road in the residential zone to go there. So this is such a huge community benefit. The connectivity goes all the way from Goleta and eventually down into Ventura. So it's really ambitious, but it really is a way to move forward in getting people out and about and being able to recreate in probably the most benign atmosphere you can think of. This is fabulous.
Go for a run, bike ride, or a long walk along the multi-use path and have some fun. And don't forget to take the pedestrian bridge to the newly renovated open space. In our next story, see how a new water project, the DeSal Link, is improving water quality and enhancing resiliency in Santa Barbara. If you've traveled on Garden Street the past couple months, you may have noticed a lot of construction in the street. It's for a new water project, the DeSal Link, and over 1,650 feet of pipe has already been installed.
The DeSal Link project connects our DeSal plant to our Arcata surface water treatment plant by installing a new 24-inch pipeline, connecting it to an existing pipeline, and ultimately conveying desalinated water throughout our entire water system for all of our customers.
We will walk you through the project area with the map on your screen. You can see the existing pipeline connecting to the Cater water treatment plant here. Over here, the blue line shows where construction began, on Garden between Mission and Valerio. Construction then continued here on these 3 blocks of Garden Street, heading towards Alameda Park. Then traveling here up to Olive Street, down on Olive Street, then over here to Calle Cesar Chavez, which will ultimately connect to the Charles E. Meyer desalination plant.
The project benefits the whole community. Currently, desalinated water only reaches certain residents, really in the lower elevations of our water system. Conveying the water to the Decatur Water Treatment Plant will allow us to improve water quality, enhance resiliency. We'll be able to move water throughout our water service area once we install the Desal Link pipe.
The Desal Link project improves the resiliency of the water system by connecting our desalinated water from the Charles E. Meyer plant and surface water supplies from Lake Kachuma, Gibraltar Reservoir, and state water.
Resiliency is important because it allows us to use our supplies to the maximum benefit of the whole community. It allows us to blend water, our surface supplies and our desalinated water supplies, and move desalinated water throughout our entire service area. In the case of an emergency, this is an added supply. If we were to ever have an issue with water being conveyed from Lake Kachuma or Lake Gibraltar, this water at the Decatur Water Treatment Plant will help augment all our supplies.
Water resiliency and improved water quality is a huge benefit to the community. And you'll see active construction on the project weekdays from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. through next winter.
Yeah, so installing a large diameter pipeline in a crowded city street presents a lot of challenges. There's other utilities. The pipeline is about 10 feet deep. It's 24 inches of diameter. The trench alone is 6 feet, and then there's some other work that you have to do in order to restore the surface of the street. So lots of challenges there. We've put a lot of quality control measures in place to make sure that the pipeline's properly installed and supported in its new environment.
Because the new Desal Link will be installed under existing utilities, the city is taking extra steps to ensure all private sewer laterals and water line connections are maintained to properties in the project area.
What many people don't understand is that sewer laterals are owned by the property owner, but they're in the city street. We videoed every sewer lateral along the route of the pipeline, so that way we can see the condition of the sewer lateral before, and then we're going to video the laterals after the project as well, so that way we can monitor the condition of the sewer lateral.
With the precautions in mind, construction is being done in 3 block sections. Each area will be close to traffic, and some driveway access to homes will be restricted during active construction times.
This project's primarily being supported through the disaster relief funds through the Thomas Fire settlement, and the remaining balance will be funded through the water fund.
Water resiliency and quality is a great addition to the city, and we anticipate the project to wrap up in early 2023. For more information, head to the project website, santabarbaraca.gov/desalink. What's smaller than the eraser on your pencil, larger than 1 nanometer, and found nearly everywhere? It's microplastics, and we'll show you what the Creeks Division has learned about their impacts on our watersheds here at home. They're in your everyday life, to the most isolated places on Earth. They're microplastics, and they're everywhere.
If you come up to this and you have your lens, you'll see like a little dot of light.
Microplastics, as their name implies, are very small pieces of plastic. So the definition per the state of California defines microplastics as pieces of plastic that are less than 5 millimeters but greater than 1 nanometer in any of their 3 dimensions. So for reference, you can think of the eraser on a number 2 pencil. That's about 5 millimeters in diameter.
They could be intentionally made that size, or they can end up being that size. So that's what we know as a primary microplastic and a secondary microplastic. So primary microplastics are intentionally made to be within those size dimensions. Some great examples of that are microbeads that are used in detergents. Great example is glitter. And a secondary microplastic are actually microplastics that break off of larger pieces of plastic. So they could break off of our piece of clothing as a fiber. They could break off of water bottles, for example. So that is what we know as microplastics. They've been found in glaciers, they've been found in stormwater, they've been found in our drinking water, they've been found everywhere.
And the big question is, what do these microplastics mean? Not only to the environment, but to human health as well.
There is some evidence to suggest that microplastic pollution in surface waters, soils, and sediments may impact the microbial diversity and function in those matrices. So that could relate to nutrient cycling. So think of like the carbon cycle or the nitrogen cycle. And so this can impact negatively the delivery of really essential ecosystem services. So broadly, that could be how well our crops grow in an agricultural area, or how much carbon becomes locked into our soils and sediments, which directly would relate to climate change.
Potential impacts on agriculture and climate change are not the only concern scientists have when it comes to microplastic pollution. They're also studying how animal populations may be impacted.
There's an interesting anecdote on how they may potentially be affecting wildlife, specifically coho salmon. So a research project was done in the Pacific Northwest, whereby they noticed that coho salmon population was declining rapidly. So came this question like, what is it leading to their population decline? And they found out, because where they would spawn would be right next to urban roadways, that small pieces of tires would wash away into these streams or like these waterways. It turns out that the very thing that makes plastics not break down very easily in the environment, an antioxidant known as 6-PPD, that when it is out in the environment, it reacts with ozone, and you have this transformed byproduct known as 6-PPD quinone. That turns out to be the very thing that led to the decline of the coho salmon population in the Pacific Northwest.
If the microplastic pollution near the salmon spawning area is what led to their rapid decline, then what does that mean for us? As mentioned earlier, microplastics have been found in nearly everything.
In terms of health impacts of microplastics, especially human health, there's a lot of emerging research that's coming out about that, specifically about the presence of microplastics within our systems, because they've been found in things we consume such as salt, beer, drinking water. Do they potentially leach out different contaminants that may actually harm our human health?
Because of the environmental and health concerns, the City of Santa Barbara's Creeks Division wanted to know the specific levels of microplastic pollution on a local level.
Based on presentations and literature and media reports that we were seeing, we became concerned that microplastics might be an issue in creeks in Santa Barbara, and then the microplastics that would be discharged to the ocean. And so I reached out to several contacts at UCSB and got in touch with Dr. Patricia Holden, who we've already worked with extensively on other issues. And she was already studying microplastics and had a couple of graduate students who were already working on it. And so we put together a proposal that we submitted to the UCSB's Associated Students Coastal Fund, and they generously supported the project. The proposal that we submitted was to understand how large of an issue microplastics are in Santa Barbara, and specifically in creeks, and what are the concentrations during the different storm events, and also could we possibly reduce some of the microplastics getting to the creeks by some of our stormwater activities, especially street sweeping.
With the proposal submitted and approved, Becca and Tim Neat began their research.
So we like to begin our research with the story of how these pollutants may end up in our environment and the impact they can have. We had an awareness that these microplastics were somehow entering our oceans and ending up in our sediments there. And other literature in this field has shown that microplastics are conveyed through stormwater runoff, especially in an area with a lot of impervious surfaces, so concrete and asphalt. So we hypothesized that stormwater runoff could be a contributor of microplastics into our coastal oceans. And Jill considered the different management practices for pollution mitigation that the city already has in place, and street sweeping was a management practice of interest to understand if it was effective at reducing the concentration of microplastics entering our oceans. So we developed a research question which probed at that, how many microplastics were entering our oceans during stormwater runoff events, and how effective is street sweeping at reducing the number of microparticles that enter our oceans through stormwater runoff.
We've collected stormwater samples, and the city is collecting the samples, and unlike most of the times when we sample, we can't just collect a bottle. There's actually a pretty low concentration in the environment, and because of the methods that UCSB uses to quantify the amount of microplastics, we have to filter up to 100 gallons of sample of creek water every time we give them a sample.
And Timnit and I used our methodological approaches in the lab to extract and isolate and chemically identify those microparticles. So that's through filtration, and then we use a fancy tool called a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, which based on infrared light wavelengths can give us an idea of the chemical identity of the microparticle in question, so that we confirm yes or no whether or not it's actually a plastic or simply a microparticle.
The research did in fact show meaningful concentrations of microplastics in our local creeks after a storm event. What remains is understanding if street sweeping could be a good strategy in reducing micropollution in Santa Barbara.
We've collected samples from the street sweepers. We take a portion of that and also send that to UCSB, and we haven't learned the results of that yet. So if UCSB does find that there's a substantial amount of microplastic in the street sweeper debris, that gives us some good information that street sweeping could be an excellent method to tackle some of this pollution.
We're learning more and more about microplastics and microplastic pollution every day. Taking steps as a city to learn how to reduce micropollution here at home. But there are steps we all can take to reduce our own micropollution footprints.
When we have conversations about plastic pollution, there are a number of different ways that this issue can be addressed. And so I just encourage folks to consider what they are able to do based on their circumstances. Sometimes plastics are very necessary materials, which is why we've seen them become such a popular material in our industries and for consumers. So Timnit and I are really focused on inclusive solutions to environmental problems and engaging and empowering individuals to take action to the extent that they're able to help.
Say no to a plastic bag when you're at a grocery store. Choose to reuse a plastic container, for example, that you may have purchased a couple of times before you throw it away. Recycle as best as you can as well. Follow those awesome recycling guidelines that are out there. Consider reduction a lot if you have the means to reduce your plastic consumption, as well as reuse. Another way that I think that you can certainly limit or rather contribute to the efforts on limiting plastic pollution, specifically microplastic pollution, is by talking to your legislators.
Every little bit helps, and it's really just up to your background and your level of ability to participate, and it's nothing to fear, but something to be aware of and something that we can all make a difference in reducing.
It's never too late to do your part to prevent microplastic pollution. For more ways to get involved, head to the city's website, santabarbaraca.gov/creeks. In our next story, we show you some new renovations at Bohnett Park. See what's new as Mayor Randy Rouse cut the red ribbon to officially welcome guests.
Bohnett Park, an essential for the Westside community, has seen families play since 1936. Donated by the Bohnett family, this park serves as one of the few open spaces on the west side. Recently, Bohnett Park, under the canopy of its large, shady sycamore trees, hosted a ribbon-cutting ceremony to celebrate the completion and the reopening of the park after its renovation project.
All right, Bohnett Park is open for business.
Bohnett Park, the only park on the west side of Santa Barbara, went through a 5-month renovation project that started in October 2021. The last renovation in the park was done in 2016. This recent renovation project had 2 parts: park improvements and the creation of underground stormwater treatment facility. The project's design and development began 3 years ago. The Parks and Recreation Department and the Creeks Division collaborated on this renovation as the Creeks Division was looking for a chance to create an underground stormwater treatment to improve water quality, and the Parks and Recreation Department was beginning to look into refreshing and updating the park itself to better accommodate community use. Funding for the renovation was provided by the Community Development Block Grant Program, La Cumbre Foundation, in the city of Santa Barbara. The stormwater improvement project was funded by hotel visitors through Measure B. Today, we celebrate with the West Side neighborhood the reopening of the new $1.9 million worth of improvement to Bonet Park. The second portion of the project is the addition of the stormwater filtration system to improve water quality of the water that flows into Old Mission Creek from the neighborhood and eventually making its way into the ocean. In 2003, the City Creeks Division restored riparian habitat, improved water quality with bioswales, and enhanced open space in the park.
First off, we've never done a project like this at the Creeks Division. We've done a lot of demonstration projects like the paver projects in the streets and the sidewalks and things like that. But we haven't done any of these underground chamber type projects where you're infiltrating stormwater under a play field or a parking lot, something like that. So it's pretty new for us. And that's why we did it. We wanted to use it as a demonstration project for the community, as well as treat, almost 6 acres of urban runoff. We've just never done one here, and doing one in the parks, they've done that in other places, and it's a kind of a cool thing because you've got a dual use. You can play on the field and you've got water quality treatment. So other water quality treatment devices sometimes require quite a bit of real estate in order to do it. But this, you've got a dual use, and so that's nice.
A new addition at Bonet Park is the ADA-approved facilities, like this wheelchair ramp behind me and more accessible pathways. The addition of facilities that are compliant with the Americans with a Disability Act allows for this park to be truly enjoyed by everyone.
New additions also include new picnic tables along Old Mission Creek, reservable picnic sites, barbecue grills and coal receptacles, trash and recycling containers, renovated bathrooms, streetscape fencing, new grass turf on the sports field, and irrigation and landscaping.
It's really important in this neighborhood because, as you can see, it's a relatively densely packed neighborhood in terms of how many people live here per acre. And so the outdoor spaces are even more important because this is where you don't have a back or a front yard. This is where the kids come, and this is where the kids meet, where they play soccer and they play basketball. And being outside is such a huge benefit, especially what we've gone through with COVID. The kids still have the masks on in school, so this is just a fabulous park. It's beautifully done, and it's just wide open. You can see it from everywhere, so it's a fabulous place for this neighborhood to have.
I have to say that what I really hope most of all is that through the summer, spring, fall season, that the neighborhood's able to come out and enjoy being outside and being with their families. It's been a rough 2 years for many people, so reopening this park, the goal is that people will be happy and be able to come out and rejoice that they can be outside.
It's such a cool location because not only is it a park, big open space, there's a playground, there's a creek, there's a Boys and Girls Club. This whole place is just an outlet for community members, family, kids to come together and play and be happy outdoors.
For the renovation, storm water would flow untreated into Old Mission Creek. The improved water quality will not only benefit people downstream enjoying the ocean, but improve wildlife habitat as well. The Westside community has now gotten a renovated park that will better serve the neighborhood and the young children who will grow up playing in this park for years to come.
I used to live in this neighborhood actually, and what excites me is just this broad open space. It's got all sorts of uses. Obviously, there's a playground back there for little kids. There's a wide open grass space for whatever kind of sport you want to play. Beautiful little kind of picnic areas over here. Real basketball courts with, glass backboards and great looking hoops. So there's just so much to offer here. It's just out here for everybody to use.
The park remains an important feature to the West Side and will get a ton of use. Congratulations to all the individuals who worked on the park improvements. Up next, a deal you won't want to miss. See how the city of Santa Barbara is now partnering with the La Cumbre Mutual Water Company to save water on the South Coast. And it's official. The City of Santa Barbara will now provide recycled water to the La Cumbre Mutual Water Company, further building water resiliency and reliability on the South Coast.
This 25-year agreement that provides up to 100 acre-feet of water to our neighboring agencies of La Cumbre Mutual Water Company. To put this volume of water in perspective, it's enough water annually to supply 350 homes in the city of Santa Barbara. So a significant milestone to move this around. And what I really appreciate is it's not often that you can deliver an agreement that is a win, 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 win. Like it's quite remarkable. Not only does this divert 100 acre feet of water, treated wastewater going into the ocean, it saves 100 acre feet of our drinking water. It utilizes existing city infrastructure and gets more bang for our buck. And it's this financial benefit not only to city customers, but to La Cumbre customers. And this is, not the first time. We've been working with La Cumbre for decades now. The city treats their state water, and we've also been in opportunities to assist them from time to time with drinking water and other projects. And we also, most people don't know this, we also share a groundwater basin with La Cumbre. So we do have a shared interest in working cooperatively.
And a newly installed service connection has just been completed to deliver the recycled water to the largest customer of the La Cumbre Mutual Water Company, the La Cumbre Country Club.
During these times of drought, it's become especially important, projects with alternative sources of water for the club. And, there may be a day when we won't be able to put potable water on our fairways, and we'll be already set for that. We now have reclaimed water on our fairways, so that will save a lot of fresh water for everybody.
The recycled water will be used for golf course irrigation and will benefit both agencies because they share a groundwater basin. And less use of the groundwater means more water storage to meet the drinking water needs of the community.
I think we understand as a city and have the mission that we only have one water in our whole community, and if we can divert some of that water that would have gone out into the ocean and instead use it to water landscaping and in other ways, then we're really preserving our potable water and keeping that into the future as well.
Congratulations to both water agencies on your 25-year agreement. Well, that does it for this episode of Inside Santa Barbara. If you have questions or comments on the show, give City TV a call at 564-5311. Not to worry if you missed anything, you can watch us online at santabarbaraca.gov. I'm your host, Sierra Kalman, and remember, get involved inside Santa Barbara.
are going to do our last set of advisory group interviews. We're reconvening from the meeting we had earlier, so we don't have to do the formalities. We'll do this in the order that the committees are in alphabetically. If you're applying for more than one committee, you just have to interview for the one, and that's it. And so we're going to keep it to around 3 minutes, so please be aware of that. There's a timer on the dais. I do have one applicant that has an accommodation for which she needs to be remote, so we're going to take that person first, and then we'll go back to the committee. So if you would, Madam Clerk, bring on that first speaker, and have her ask her what committee she's applying for, if you would, please.
Very good. Sarah Rothschild, you can go ahead and please, at the beginning, state which committees you are applying for. Go ahead.
Hello, just want to make sure, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm interviewing for the Neighborhood Advisory Council.
I'm sorry, which advisory council?
The Neighborhood Advisory Council?
Oh, okay. All right, very good. Go right ahead.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Rothschild, and as I stated, I'm interviewing for appointment to the Neighborhood Advisory Council. I have been a resident of the Lower West Side community for the past 2 years, but I will soon be relocating to the Upper East neighborhood. I am an employee of the Public Defender's Office. Through the work that my office does, I have gained a deeper understanding of significant issues that affect the most vulnerable members of our community, such as youth and gang violence, homelessness, substance abuse, mental health issues, food insecurity, trauma, and poverty. These issues are extremely complex, and we must come together as a community to collectively advocate for additional funding, resources, and support in order to address these concerns and highlight the needs of our marginalized neighbors. In order to build a stronger Santa Barbara community, we must give our members the capacity and opportunity to thrive. This means generating more services for underserved youth and families, strengthening diversion programs for justice-impacted individuals, expanding educational opportunities, and increasing access to mental health and wellness resources. Most importantly, we need to listen to our community members who have been most affected by the issues that I previously stated. I am passionate about creating safe and welcoming spaces for community input where members would feel comfortable voicing their concerns and would be invited to participate in discussions on neighborhood issues. I also believe it is vital to engage the voices of youths in our community, not only by advocating for them, but also by listening to their experiences and learning about their barriers to success. I have been brainstorming strategies to further community engagement and outreach, which I would be interested in enacting if I'm appointed to the council. Some of my ideas include utilizing social media platforms such as Instagram, Facebook, and Nextdoor to encourage community feedback and promote upcoming events such as neighborhood activities and council meetings. I would also like to put up posters around the target neighborhoods with a QR code that could be scanned and directed to an online survey where participants could write comments directly from their mobile devices. Additionally, I would be interested in placing survey boxes in front of community centers where neighbors who may not have access to Wi-Fi or a mobile device would be invited to write their comments by hand and leave them in the box. To conclude, I am deeply passionate about the Santa Barbara community, and if I have the opportunity to serve on the Neighborhood Advisory Council, I would dedicate myself to furthering the council's mission of strengthening families, improving outcomes for vulnerable individuals, and empowering neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Ms. Sneddon has a question for you.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Just a question. I believe I heard you say you are moving to the East Side neighborhood and you're here applying for an at-large position. I just want to make sure you're in the right column.
Correct. Yes, I don't think I'll qualify anymore for one of the specific neighborhoods because I currently live in the Lower West Side, but in about a month I'll be moving to, I looked at the map, I believe it's considered the Upper East neighborhood, which is not one of the target neighborhoods listed. So yes, it would be for the community member at large.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. If there are no further questions, we'll move on to the rest of the applications. We'll begin with the Arts Advisory Committee. Anybody here for the Arts Advisory Committee? Would you come up, sir? And once again, we'll go 3 minutes each. Please state your name and let us know who you are, and go right ahead when you're ready.
Yes, good evening. My name is Daryl McNeil, and I'm a professional freelance musician, writer, and producer based here in Santa Barbara. I live on the Lower West Side. I have my remarks prepared, and I addressed each of the questions that was on the questionnaire one by one. Point one, yes, I am willing and able to devote time to serve the Arts Advisory Committee. As a self-employed independent contractor, my work allows me to set my own schedule. Point two, I've been living permanently in Santa Barbara for 5 years now, and I followed the Arts Advisory Committee in earnest for the last 3, as I've engaged more actively in the Santa Barbara arts community. Point three, my professional career spans about 4 decades, coming out of high school. By way of background, again, my principal occupation is in the music industry. I'm a musician, a writer, an independent producer of recordings, media, live events, and festivals and other music-based events. I'm also fluent in several other arts disciplines, including the fine arts, journalism, theater, film, and broadcast media. I was a Regent Scholar and art major at the prestigious High School of Music and Art in New York City, and an honors graduate at the New York School of Visual Arts with a bachelor's degree in print journalism. I freelance in the New York area and have expanded into the Los Angeles and other markets. Meanwhile, I've been building my professional profile here in Santa Barbara pretty much since 2020 with the Santa Barbara Black the Santa Barbara Black Culture House, a pop-up event space in downtown Santa Barbara illuminating Black culture. During the pandemic, I taught an online class about Black culture and music for the Santa Barbara Public Library, and I'm expanding my programmatic partnership with the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation, and working with the Soul Bites music space downtown. I'm the director of operations for the Black Rock Coalition, a 501c3 advocacy nonprofit organization. And I've got like a bunch of other things. I want to skip ahead because I know I'm out of time. While I want to be appointed to the City Advisory Group, I'm basically looking to anchor some part of my arts career here in my adopted home of Santa Barbara. As outlined earlier, I have extensive background in the arts, and I've developed a solid network of colleagues and resources here locally. I've applied for this position twice before. I'm here again because I believe in the arts as a preeminent conduit to education, understanding, and fellowship. I believe I have invaluable experience and insight to contribute to the Arts Advisory Committee and will bring a fresh voice, ideas, and outlook to the committee.
Thank you.
And if anyone has any questions, I'll happily
Questions
field
from the
them.
council? All right, thank you very much for applying, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anyone else for the Arts Advisory Committee? Come on up, please. And there's a timer on the dice. You have 3 minutes, please.
Okay.
And your name,
Hi-
please?
My name is Diane Huntoon. I live in Summerland, and I've been a homeowner there since 1996. And I'm a graduate of UCSB in fine art. And after I graduated from UCSB, which was 1984, and this advisory started in 1985, 84, 85. Then I went to Japan, where I lived for 10 years, and then I have also lived in Hong Kong for 19 years, where I got my master's in fine art, and I was teaching in high school all of the arts like painting, drawing, and sculpture. And so I worked with my colleagues. We developed exhibitions with the students. And so to answer some of the questions that were on the list, I do have time. I'm semi-retired. I'm working part-time at Karplus Manuscript Library and Museum. What I know about the Advisory Council is what I've read, that it is makes recommendations to the council about inventory, gifts, acquisitions, and things like that, and also works with other council groups to make recommendations. So my experience and skills, which I sort of touched on, is teaching and breaking down the art, what it means, how to explain it. I learned how to do that by teaching because I got my degree in fine art, but I sort of understood it intuitively. So then when I started teaching, I was able to explain, and I think that's really important. So the reason I would like to be on the council or the committee is because I want to contribute and be with people that share my love of the arts, and I love Santa Barbara. Let's see. So some ideas that I have, I think it's always important to continue to promote the arts and to help people develop an understanding with the past and all those great movements that happened in our history that have led to now. Let's see. So I think that's about it. If anybody has any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have questions for Ms. Huntoon? All right.
No
Thank you.
questions?
No questions. You've explained it all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Arts Advisory Committee, Ms. Mem?
Good afternoon, fellow councilmen. My name is Karen Lockett, and I love Santa Barbara. She is so beautiful. She has been graced with so much natural beauty, but she's missing something, more art, public art, to enhance her beauty. I've been an art connoisseur since my 20s when I studied art history. As I travel around the U.S., I take note of art displays in other cities, the sculptures and the street art. Even in small towns, there's so much art everywhere. I want to assist in making our beautiful city more beautiful with more art. I want to see designated areas where street musicians, jugglers, dancers have venues where they can display their wares spontaneously without permits. I would like to see our park venues and bandstands be booked and come alive again. Some of my fondest memories of my travels have been walking through sculpture gardens, dancing with street artists, and listening to street musicians. Let's make our promenade an art venue all year long. Let's make our parks entertainment venues all the time. And let's make our waterfront glisten with public art. With my enthusiasm, knowledge of art, and my business background, I hope to make Santa Barbara more beautiful. With art, please consider me to be part of the Art Advisory Committee.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Luck?
Mr. Mayor.
One question, please, ma'am. Mr. Jordan?
Ms. Luckett, I see you're listed on Community Development and Human Services Committee too. Are you still interested in both of those or just this one?
I couldn't hear you that well, sir.
I have you listed for two committees. You turned in an application for Community Development and Human Services Committee?
No, just the arts, and I am also involved in the Access Advisory Committee to make our city more accessible,
We'll
too.
got you for that as well. Thank you. Very good. Anybody else for the Arts Advisory Committee? All right, very good. We'll move on to Building and Fire Code of Board of Appeals. And we've got one. All right, very good.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Jim Marston, and I would like to be considered for reappointment to my current position as a disabled member of the board. I have served on the board for about 4 years, and I'm quite familiar with the requirements and procedures of this important committee. We are a quasi-judicial body and hear appeals about hardship exemptions, technical infeasibility, and other code interpretations. We work together well to make our decisions, to make sure our decisions are code compliant and upheld fairness for all community citizens. I spent over 20 years of my life working in civil engineering and land development with included work with code compliance and construction inspection. After losing much of my central vision, I went to UCSB to get a doctorate researching how to enhance mobility for people with vision and ambulatory disabilities. While at UCSB, I became a member of their Code Compliance Committee, serving along with the UCSB Fire Chief and the campus architect, and familiarized myself with the California Building Code, the CBC. I continue to keep updated with all the new enforcements and requirements. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Marston? Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your service. Anybody else for the Building and Fire Code Board of Appeals? Okay, we'll go to the Central Coast Commission for Senior Citizens. I recognize this person, Mr. Green.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm an incumbent on the board of the CCCSC. My name is Howard Green, and I'm a problem solver. And perhaps you've noticed that sometimes in my public comments on things about city activities. The commission that is a nonprofit in Santa Maria serves both the San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties. We have responsibility for allocating anywhere from $3 to $10 million with COVID money to various nonprofits and government agencies to perform services for seniors. We were developed basically about 50 years ago when Congress created the Older Americans Act. California followed along with an Older Californians Act. There are 33 public service areas in the state. We're number 17. And our current biggest problem is that we have had to adopt the direct services role for meals during COVID. We had a vendor who was responsible for both the home-delivered Meals on Wheels and the congregate settings and things like Franklin Center and so forth. Of course, with COVID, those were shut down. Our biggest dilemma now is finding a provider for congregate meals, which of course depends a lot on city and county facilities, like recreation centers and so forth. Our previous vendor found that we could only reimburse them for about a third of their expense, and so they backed out, although they were been very helpful in us trying to find another. 49 seconds left. I guess I would say that this is a 2-year appointment. However, I've been there 3 years, and the city appointment and the board appointment cycles are slightly different. So I'd like to ask for an appointment for 1 year, not 2, if that's possible. I don't want to have to resign early enough so that a year from now you can be interviewing others, because very important activities occur in the May and June timeframe. So if you made it for 1 year, then you could recruit again and broaden the field. Thank you.
All right, very good. Any questions for Mr. Green? All right, thank you very much. Anyone else for the Commission for Senior Citizens? We will move on to the Citizens Oversight Committee for Measure C. And we have Mr. Gorin.
Good evening, Mayor Rouse, members of the council. I have been serving on the Citizens Oversight Committee since 2019. Currently, I'm the chairperson of that committee. It's been a great experience. The people we have on there all bring some different backgrounds to it. My background, as you know, is in urban planning and development, and a lot of that involves public infrastructure. So I've got a perspective that I can bring to that committee that I think is it can be valuable to the city. We've had a couple of times, very rarely, but the public does show up at our hearings, and we've had issues come up where having some various committee members that understand things like accessibility were able to ask questions that generated answers that satisfied the public that was there, that had concerns about that. It's a great committee. It's twice a year, so I definitely have time to serve on it. And I guess I'm seeking reappointment, so that makes me an incumbent. But I hope you would have me continue on that committee for another 2 years.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Gordon? Okay. Thank you very much. And your question, Mr. Snedden?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I suppose this is for the clerk, I'm not sure, but a member of the business community, there's one vacancy, but there are 2 incumbent applicants. How does that?
They're also qualified electors, so they get to.
Oh, so we
they get to roll
could.
in both ways.
Are they currently, maybe Mr. Gordon could answer this, are they currently serving as a member of the business community, or are you currently serving as a qualified elector? Do you know?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Snedden, I believe I serve as a member of the business community.
I'd say that, I'm looking at the roster, and I think it's incorrect on our sheet. We're showing Mr. Epstein as the city and Mr. Gorin as the business community on the current roster.
Thank you. That's what would make more sense, is that you couldn't have 2 people applying who are incumbents for one open. So, thank you.
All right.
Great. But once again, it looks like you can qualify for both categories. So since there's 7 vacancies. Anyone else here for the Citizens Oversight Committee? All right, very good. We'll go to the Civil Service Commission. Okay. Community Development and Human Services Committee. I know I'm going to find one here that somebody wants to do. Fire and Police Commission. All righty. Historical Landmarks Commission. I am striking out here. Housing Authority. Bingo. There we go. Now we're talking. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is David Brentlinger, and I'm delighted to be considered a candidate for the Santa Barbara Housing Commission. I'm going to try to respond to the questions that were provided, so bear with me. First of all, I do have time to devote to the commission. I'm mostly retired. I do sit on a number of other boards, nonprofit and business, but I'm available and can do the background work as well. As for my commission, as my knowledge of the Housing Commission, I live in the Laguna neighborhood, so I walked over here from where I live, and I walk around the neighborhood a lot. I go past a huge number of authority properties, so I know of them by sight. I have obviously not worked on the commission before. I'm really excited to be able to do that. I know how significant the Housing Authority is in terms of numbers of people served, numbers of dwelling units. It's as far as I know, it's the largest landlord in the city. So it's a significant enterprise with a real impact that I'd like to be part of. I also know that the Housing Authority works in conjunction with a lot of other agencies and community enterprises and associations. It's definitely kind of a multiplier effect that the commission works with. all kinds of other agencies, PathPoint, Unity, Food Banks, Santa Barbara Scholarship Foundation, the Women's Fund. It's a really long list. And so I applaud the multiplier effect. I know Executive Director Fredericks was quoted recently as saying he wanted to try to get $5 million of hotel tax monies that he could leverage into $50 million. I think that's a general notion that can be applied to all kinds of not only capital but human resource endeavors, which I think is a great philosophy. I've also reviewed all the minutes to the meetings for the last 2 years. Having served on a number of boards, what this commission does is very familiar in terms of the bulk of the agenda items of budgets and contracts and payables, human resources, and the like. But fundamentally, what I can bring to you is I've got an extensive background in real estate development from the private sector. I've worked on a number of neo-traditional master plan communities, so I'm very skilled in land planning, entitlements, construction, financing of all kinds. And I've worked with a number of municipal governments in 3 different states. So I've been in all kinds of city council chambers like this one, tribal council member, or tribal council rooms as well, planning commissions and the like. So I feel very comfortable here. I've been president of 3 homeowners associations, so I know all about the kinds of, I'll call them questions that come from residents and repairs and reserves that need to be set aside to manage assets, of which there are plenty of them that belong to the authority.
We'll need you to wrap up, please.
Yes, absolutely. So anyway, I'm very eager to join the commission. I'd love to be able to work on financing and planning or any of the services to seniors in support of housing services. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'll answer questions.
Any questions for Mr. Brentlinger? All right, thanks very much.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
Next one for Housing Authority.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Esbin Almengor, and I have been a housing resident for more than 17 years. Yes, I'm willing, and I have the time necessary to serve. Also, I know the different programs that housing has because my children, they took advantage of all those great programs they had. And also, the experience I have is not much, but I'm a certified nurse assistant for the last 13 years, which I take care of elders and people with in hospice. And so if there is anything I can do in my power, I will do it. That's one of the good skills I possess. Also, since I've been a resident for this long with housing, I will, if I get appointed to be commissioner, that would be an opportunity to me to give back to the community. My voice will represent other residents, and I can advocate for what's to promote the well-being of everyone in various housing programs. And I also, I am a family self-sufficient program with housing, which is really great. That's me.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Alvengord?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else for the Housing Authority? All right, we'll move on to the Living Wage Advisory Committee.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Sarah Kamali, and I'm applying to serve as a member of the Living Wage Committee. My experience, well, I'm an author. I've also edited several academic publications regarding living wage issues. I'm also an educator, currently with Santa Barbara Unified School District. I've also work at University of California, Santa Barbara. So I'm with SBUSD because it's the summer and I love working with the kids. The reason I'm applying to serve as part of this committee is because I want to apply not only my academic expertise with regard to living wage and the many factors that necessitate the living wage, as well as the factors that prohibit a living wage. I also want to apply my experiential knowledge. So having been privileged really to work with so many communities, not only within the school district, but also at the university, and then also at City College, for example, I've come across many different communities and understand experientially the needs of many communities when it comes to a living wage. Also, with regard to my background in terms of service, I currently serve on an international body. It's called the American Academy of Religion for scholars of religion, so not theology necessarily, but practitioners of religion, etc. And I serve on jury awards, etc. So really my ethos is one of collaboration as well as connection. And I certainly hope to bring that same ethos to the service in this committee as well. So I'm very delighted to be here, and I certainly and sincerely appreciate your consideration of my application.
Very good, thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Anyone else for the Living Wage Advisory Committee? The Measure P Committee. Neighborhood Advisory Council.
It's a little intimidating. I'm Allie Brisky, and I'm applying for the Neighborhood Advisory Council. I live in the San Roque neighborhood, so it would be one of the at-large positions. And here's why I think I should be appointed to this group. I am a Santa Barbara local. I know many of us are, but I spent my childhood in the San Roque neighborhood. I grew up there. I went to Henry's Beach, roamed State Street. I know this city. I went to Montessori school, San Roque, Bishop, all of it. I graduated from UCSB. I care deeply about it. I care about what happens to its residents. I care about the way it grows, the way it changes. I would want to be a part of that. I'm a collaborative, action-oriented person. I can work with a diverse group of people to solve problems, grassroots solutions to wide-ranging issues. I moved to Denver to get my master's degree and stayed there for about 13 years. Recently just moved back to be with my mom and be in the city that I love. And it was there that I kind of developed my penchant for local activism and bought a house there and organized countless cleanups, got our sheriff to start having town halls with his constituents, and also one of my biggest accomplishments that I think is passed a bill to ban all sale of illegal fireworks in Colorado. I worked with my state representative, and we kind of worked with our neighborhood to close a loophole in order to do that, and so that it was just everywhere and awful, and I think all of us know that. And I can appreciate and understand multiple perspectives in this city. We have quite a disparity in various income levels, socioeconomic levels, and I went to Bishop, but I was a scholarship kid. I bought a home in Denver, but here I rent. I've rented all my 20s. I understand that pain. My mom owns a home, so I understand the balance that's needed between homeowners and renters and those who want to rent their home and make money and all of those things. That's just one example of my multiple perspectives that I can see in this city and understand. Like I said, my husband and I just moved back, and are wholly invested in seeing this city grow and be as wonderful as it can be. One example, or one idea that I have in bringing how to improve neighborhoods and outcomes for youth and families is to see more of you guys in our communities. I don't know what everyone's plans are, but I've been here back a year, and I'd love to see more of our representatives at town halls or whatever format makes sense for that community. But the town halls that we were able to organize for our commissioners and our sheriffs were pretty instrumental because people got to see them and know your people and talk to you. And sometimes they got unruly, but that's another issue. No, but that's important. And so that's one idea that I would have, is to figure out how that works, and how we could bring you guys into our community and encourage political activism, because it's a little dampened here in Santa Barbara, unfortunately. I'd like to see that change.
Very good. Well, thank you. Any questions? All right, very good. Thank you very much. Anybody else for the Neighborhood Advisory Council? Rental Housing Mediation Board.
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name's Carrie Bentz, and I am excited to be here. I'm finally in a position in my career and in my personal life where I have time to give back. And since my history is property management, it kind of makes sense to participate in supporting landlords and tenants in collaborating together and empowering both sides. A lot of times it's lopsided for a number of reasons. And in my career, I've often used mediation as a service for my residents. I've said, let's mediate this. Or even in my employee management, you mediate things all the time. So when this opportunity came up, I thought, yes, it's an important and good fit for me. I currently am just recently promoted to the vice president of the Tobes Group. So I have the freedom in my schedule in that capacity as an officer of the company and a strong team that I manage that supports me, that I'll have the flexibility to be available. I am familiar with mediation in a large respect, although I'm relatively new to Santa Barbara. I've been here since 2018. I have, I'm probably gonna need glasses. I've spoken with Andrea Bufano, and I'm aware of the work that they do, and I think it's really important, especially in this period of time where there's so many legal actions that are taking place in people's homes, and it's so disruptive. And if we can just bring people together, I think it's healthier for the community. So that would be my intent and my purpose, to participate, bring my 20+ years of real estate education, property management, fair housing, all of those laws and all of the things I've used in my own career to benefit this program, to help empower both sides so that we can walk away with a more successful whole community. So thank you for your time, and thank you for considering me.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the council? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else for the Rental Housing Mediation Board? All righty. Santa Barbara Youth Council.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Tiago Eckstein. I'm going to be a junior at Dos Pueblos High School, and I'm applying for the youth council position. So first of all, I am devoted to spending enough time, the time necessary to work on projects at the youth council. Youth council was established so that teens in our community could have a voice, and so that our concerns could make it to the leadership here in our Santa Barbara community. Some of the skills and experience that I have that I think makes me a great applicant for the youth council is that I'm very efficient, I'm detail-oriented, I'm very good with time management, I'm great at collaborating with other people, and I think most important of all, I'm passionate about improving our community here in Santa Barbara and making sure that everyone can be the best citizen they possibly can. In terms of experience, I have leadership experience in elementary school and in junior high. For teamwork, I'm part of the Dos Pueblos High School tennis team, so I know how to collaborate with my teammates to do the best we can. For teamwork, I'm also part of an anti-bias group at Dos Pueblos High School where we work to eliminate bias and discrimination and to make sure that everyone can really be as safe as possible at school and that they feel welcome. And I think this has really helped me refine my skills for planning, time management, and collaboration. I also have been working as an intern at the Santa Barbara Public Library, so I've learned a lot of skills of outreach and how to interact with members in our community, which I think is super important being a youth council member, as you're kind of like the middleman between teens and leadership in our community. Last but not least, for one of my skills is I speak Spanish. I've been speaking Spanish. It was my first language ever since I was, a kid. And I think since having such a large Spanish-speaking population in Santa Barbara, I think it's pretty important that that is one of my skills. I can make connections with many people in our community and make sure that everyone, not only everyone in our community, that their concerns are voiced. I think that the youth council is extremely important to our community because I think teens have a kind of different perspective on a lot of issues. And since we are the future generation and we're going to be adults in the future, I think we kind of need to make sure that we're going to be inheriting a world where we can really kind of lead it and be the best possible citizens that we can be. And in terms of issues, I'm very passionate about racism because we have a lot of issues, some issues with it in our community. And I think it's a big issue that also ties into the environmental issues, mental health, as well as equitable education.
Very good. Any questions for Mr. Erickson? Next in. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for applying for the position. I am the liaison for the Youth Council. I have been for the last 4 years, and they're a great group of individuals. They really are. They're very impressive, each one of them individually. But I've noticed that once they're on the council, we don't hear from them very much. So if you are appointed to the council, how would you see yourself on that council and be able to motivate them to be more active and more vocal?
Well, I think that to get other members of the council to be more active and vocal in our leadership, I think it's really important to make sure that everyone's issues that they're passionate about are addressed. Because if we're focusing on maybe something that certain people on the council aren't very passionate about, I mean, obviously they're not going to have a lot of motivation to participate in leadership and to kind of address that. So I think making sure that everyone's voice is heard, everyone's issues and concerns are really taken into consideration is so important, so everyone actually is able to speak their voice and participate in the Youth Council.
Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Anyone else for the Santa Barbara Youth Council?
My name is Anastasia Lee. I am also going to be a junior at Dos Pueblos High School next year. And first and foremost, I am willing to devote the time necessary to serve. I know certain things will come up, but I'm willing to prioritize the work that we'll be doing in the Youth Council and also put in extra hours outside of meetings to make sure that things get finished. From what I know, the Santa Barbara Youth Council is a group of teens from the Santa Barbara area who work on events and projects that they're passionate about and help volunteer in community events and also represent youth in city council meetings. Some of the skills that I think I have are when I do something, I always want to do it to the best of my ability, and I also pay attention to a lot of the aspects of things that I work on. I'm very detail-oriented, and I also love to stay organized, and this helps me stay on track to making sure I get things done. In terms of experience, I'm on the Dos Pueblos mock trial team. I've been on this team for 2 years, and this is an activity where students get a fake law case and they take on the roles of attorneys and witnesses and kind of argue both sides of the case. And through working on the team, I feel like I have gained experience on communicating and presenting my ideas in concise ways, and also collaborating with other people and cooperating. I also think that I have the ability to listen to other people's ideas. I am aware that I don't have experience in every single field. And because of that, I'm willing to listen to other people's ideas and take that into consideration and adapt to other people's needs. I'm also part of the group at DP where we are raising awareness of bias on campus and forms of discrimination. And we're working on putting on presentations at school to help educate students about how their words can negatively impact someone else. And through working on that, I feel like it's forced me to learn how to be proactive and really just like get things going. I want to be appointed because, for one, I think Santa Barbara is such an amazing area, and every day I feel like I love being here. And because of that, I feel like it's kind of my duty to, one, be informed about what's going on in Santa Barbara, but also find ways where I can get involved. And that's why I'm interested in the youth councils, because I feel like it would be a perfect opportunity for me to do both of those things. I also am confident that with working with other existing members that we can really do things that we're passionate about and kind of like have that youth voice in the community. In terms of issues that I'm interested in, I'm interested in just different forms of bias, especially at schools and other places that youth go, and how that bias can have negative impacts on people's mental health, whether that be because of like a disability, their race, their sexual orientation, and et cetera.
All right, very good. Any questions for this applicant? I'd like to commend both you applicants on their public speaking skills. Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the Single Family Design Board. Anybody here for that? Yes, there is.
Hi there. I'm Laura Lee Anderson, architect. Thank you for having me. I'm willing, yes, to devote the time necessary to be on the board and understand the meeting procedures. I do know that there are 6 members and additional city staff, and they meet every Monday. The board reviews the residents with the single-family design guidelines as a foundation for the process and the project evaluation. The guidelines provide standards for size, height, and floor-to-lot area regulations, along with suggestions for massing so that the residence is the appropriate scale and therefore compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. I've been a licensed architect for 25 years and have over 35 years of experience in residential, commercial, and public school projects. I have the skills to complete the entire project. I've been a review architect on homeowners associations and completed numerous ADUs and residential projects. I can quickly review a set of drawings and provide suggestions for construction details to create a consistent design style and provide a conclusive review. Why do I want to be on the board? Because serving the community is at my core. My company name, Architecture for Community, it's in my name. I know how important it is to this community to maintain our desirable living environment, and I'm not adverse to codes and regulations. Worked for the state architect for many years. I'm a member of Omni, the Women's Fund. I was a co-lead for Team B on the State Street Design Charrette, and I'm a current member on the State Street Foundation. I wish to promote a relaxed team approach to the review process, and I'm interested in sharing my skills and qualifications to serve this community. The role of design review is to preserve the natural charm and beauty of the area in redevelopment and development, and make sure that all the goals of the guidelines and the general plan are met. I believe both suggestions and opinions should be welcome, but ideally a consensus be reached for the direction and approval of a project. Thank you.
Very good. Are there any questions for Ms. Anderson? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to Transportation and Circulation Committee. Come on up.
Thank you for seeing me, Mayor Rouse and members of the council. My name is Colin Gleason. I am a born and raised SB native who cares deeply about our city. Today, I'm applying for the Transportation Committee. I know that the committee makes recommendations to the council on transportation system design, including all the different forms of transit, from pedestrians to cyclists to transit riders to motor vehicles. Additionally, the council advises on the infrastructure that we as a city build and maintain to support those transportation modes. Day to day, the actual content of the committee from the one meeting that I went to seemed related to hearing proposals from city staff and engineers, reviewing progress plans and taking input from the community, and finally making recommendations based on both expert knowledge, but also the personal knowledge and personal experience of the constituent committee members and their understanding of the SB circulation conditions. As far as myself, I'm a software engineer for a local healthcare data analytics company. I build, design, and maintain complex software systems, and I fundamentally see transportation planning as a systems design issue that my engineering background prepares me well for. Additionally, I'm a biking and transit only downtown resident, so I know a lot of the issues that the committee speaks on personally, and I'm fairly strongly invested in seeing a lot of those problems get solved. As far as for my desires on joining the committee, really my main goal is to make our town and our infrastructure as long-term sustainable as possible as we look towards the future and as we start to engage with the climate crisis. So that's kind of the lens that I like to bring that I think is really important anytime we consider transportation matters. Some of the issues that are important to me and that I'd want to push forward on the council are overall resilience of the community and just trying to make Santa Barbara as bike and pedestrian friendly as possible. The State Street Promenade has been an amazing addition to our town, and I think we should keep the momentum going and try to make our city as sustainable, as safe, and as healthy as we can. Any questions?
Okay, very good. Any questions for Mr. Gleason?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else for Transportation and Circulation Committee?
Hi, my name's Conrad Metzenberg. By trade, I am a mariner. I have been in Santa Barbara since 3rd grade, so it's been a minute. So in the interest of time, I'll just go through and answer these 5 questions, and if you guys feel the need, you can shoot back anything else. Am I willing to devote the time? Yeah, I am. I'm a full-time employee. I'm a father of 2, husband, and trying to start a small business, but given the amount of evenings that you guys have stipulated, I don't see it being an issue. I don't know anybody who's been on this advisory group, but what I do know is a lot about how things and people get from point A to point B. My undergraduate's in marine transportation. I have a master's in transportation and engineering management. I have over a decade in the maritime field. As you can hear, my experience lends itself more to the maritime field, but there's a lot of crossover between maritime transportation and just transportation in general. I'd probably be better on the harbor committee and look forward to applying to that in the future. But I have a tremendous amount of education in multiple modes of transportation, and I also have an intimate familiarity with our city and how goods and people move around it. I think I can add value with what I know. Transportation is a funny thing. It's demand derived from people and goods that it moves. Because of this, it tends to be overlooked until it causes problems such as delays, pollution, or death. It's important to be pragmatic when looking at our modes of transportation and understand the user, their emotional preferences, and monetary constraints. one very important thing to consider with transportation is how it affects the society around it, a bit of technological determinism. For example, Dallas metro area, they put in a mass transit subway system, and this had tremendous effects on the property values near those subway systems. It saved people a lot of time getting from work, and it actually increased home values significantly, double-digit percentiles who were within walking distance of those transit stations. So that's just one example of how transit can have effects on the greater society. Okay, last question. Is there any issues that I'm interested in? Right off the bat, traffic light timing on Mission at the 101 exit, that needs to be linked to some sort of sensor that's monitoring how far traffic's backing up onto the freeway. There's a tremendous amount of rear ends happening there. It's been going on for years. I'm one of those rear ends. It was in a truck, it's okay, body shop took care of it. But that's my spiel. Do you guys have any questions?
All right, are there any questions?
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Spencer, is your job a land-based job?
Didn't always be.
Oh.
Now it is, yeah. Now I do program management
So
for
you're
the
not
Navy.
gone for 30 or 60 days at a time? And then
Oh, I
back
used
home?
to be gone 90 days at a time,
Yeah.
but
I have a
those were
cousin.
dark times, yeah, but no, not anymore. Now thanks to COVID, I work from a shed in my backyard. It's lovely.
It's a great,
So, great improvement.
That's a great place you graduated from. I have a cousin who's also
Oh,
an
no kidding.
engineer on a boat going back and forth to Asia, but you
Oh,
do
very
spend
cool.
most of your time on land.
I do now.
Okay,
All
thanks. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone here we've missed? I don't think so. Any committees we've missed? So thank you all very much for coming in tonight and chatting with us. We appreciate it. And that's it for this evening. We are adjourned.